Hello, everybody. He's actually here. Okay. Hello, hello. Hello, Best Creeper and Ice Dave. What playlist do I use for what? All right. Okay, we're good. I'm assuming that's a typo and you mean my OS without the I. His cursor randomly changes the data of the whole and map to complete junk. Okay, yeah. If iOS is doing that, I would be a little bit concerned. We've all been there. There's some crazy fucking bugs in operating system development. Because all those things that never fail in a normal application, well, you're responsible to make sure they never fail. And you know. No matter who you are, this applies to you. They will fail eventually. No matter how good of a programmer you are. And I'm not, so. Okay. Okay, never mind. Just carry on with biting your leg. You're good. It's fine. Okay. GCC is trolling me by optimizing my debug logs to give me a successful value. What do you mean optimizing a debug log? You probably want to turn off optimizations for anything memory related, that's for sure. Okay, I had two things I could possibly work on today. And I think I have a clear winner, one that I would much prefer to work on because it sounds more interesting. It's adding copy and paste to my operating system. If you'd have told me a year ago that I would be excited to add copy and paste, well, shit. I started this project a little over a year ago, a year and 10 days ago, so maybe not the best way to put it, but if you had told me a year and 11 days ago that I would have been excited on a Friday night to add copy and paste to an operating system, I wouldn't have believed you. And yet here we are. Okay, here's the deal. Leaking code left and right from my super secret projects, which are not super secret at all, but whatever. All right. For the past few streams, I've worked on a couple of different things. One has been making the file system for my operating system a lot better, and the other one has been a code editor. Now, I was considering two things to work on. One was copy and paste. The other one was isolating the file system so that every application gets a sandboxed version of it when you run it on the OS. And that is definitely something I want to add. But I'm thinking, what is he doing? He's finding the best position to lay down and not move for the next 2 to 3 hours. It's a very important decision, so there. That's a good one. That's a good one, Jester. Good job. I think he nodded. Yeah, no, hold on. Good position. Yeah, you're good there. Where was I? Yeah, adding sandboxing is not necessarily a priority right now because even though I want to have that, I don't I wouldn't necessarily benefit from that. And actually, it has a potential to break more things than it fixes, because a lot of applications right now are just relying on having full access to the file system, and that is probably going to change. When I do implement it, I'm going to want to implement it in a way that like disrupts the code I've already written as little as possible, but it is something to keep in mind. But somehow I just really want to implement copy and paste, so we're going to do that. It's kind of an important feature for a code editor. That and text selection. So maybe if I have time, I'll implement both. But I think, well, shit, to copy, we'll probably need to select some text. So, but to paste, we don't necessarily need to select some text. So, I guess we'll start with paste. All right. I was actually thinking about it, and in the three major operating systems out there, none of them, well, they're all doing the same exact thing when it comes to copy and paste. You Control C, Control V, that's gonna stay the same, let's face it, except for Mac, which is Command C, Command V, which frankly I prefer, because the Meta or Command or Windows key is underutilized by Linux and Windows, to be honest. Especially Linux. And that's a whole key that's doing barely anything. I think that's not the best. So I probably want to have Command C and V. Well, Meta key C and V. And Linux also has, you can select text and middle click to paste it. And that feature is so useful. I was genuinely disappointed when I learned that it existed in Linux, and then I tried it on Mac and it didn't work. I was so disappointed, so I definitely want that. But besides that, there isn't a whole lot of differences in how they work, so it's a pretty straightforward feature. But, of course, I mean, I have heard of like people who use like a history type of thing, where you can multiple copy paste. I don't know what that's called. I know that there's plugins to do that on pretty much all systems.
Did you hear about the flying bear inside my clear pear tree that had a lonely bee? It was a she, aka queen bee, so OFC had to pick out my dog had its balls stuck in a tree. So he may or may not fit my knee, and yeah, it was we.
That's how he lost his. It's been a while since you did that. Glad to have it back. Alright, wait. What is the AI yapping about here? Multiple copy paste allows you to do this shit. Okay, yeah. The most efficient method on Windows 10 or 11 is pressing Windows key plus V to enable and access clipboard history, allowing you to copy multiple items with Control C and pick from the history menu. Is that true? Does Windows have it natively and I never knew about it? In all my years of hating that system. Yeah? Oh, shit. I guess we're gonna have to find out. See, I was thinking of checking out some of these things that do that, because I know you can install them, but I didn't know it came natively. That's kind of unexpected, on Windows especially. But the way that I was planning on implementing copy and paste, essentially through a dedicated file system module, would make it very simple to implement multiple copy and pastes. Also, I've spent the last few streams kind of... That booted quickly. That's almost suspicious. Standardizing my file system a little bit because it was all over the place. And I kind of realized that this There was something a little weird going on here with /theme. You could access this as if it were a file. You could read it, and you could get theme information from the system, which would help you, like, oh god, I just scratched my eye and like, all right, we're good. You could access it and get information about the current, like, color scheme for the operating system and all that. But then I also realized, so this is a file, right? Except then I realized you could go to here and write to it to reload the theme, which means this is now a directory. And so I decided to actually keep that, and now you can access a folder as both a file and a directory, which means it kind of has a hidden file inside of it. And I decided to use the hash or pound or hashtag sign to differentiate between the two. So this is the directory. This is the file, but you can just use this. It's kind of shorthand for this if you access it as a file. And for copy and paste, it would be particularly helpful because I could do something like, I don't know, say like, is pastebin the name of a program, or is that an actual thing? Is that what it's actually called? And see, that's a, yeah, it's a website called pastebin. Not a feature. Alright, so I'm not gonna steal that from them. I don't know what to call it. So let's call it copy paste. You can read from here to paste and copy and write to it to copy. But you could also access it like a directory, and it could give you... Are numbers allowed as file names in my system? Technically, yes. I think they are. Clipboard, thank you, Link. I don't know why I was thinking of pastebin. That's the name of a website where you can just paste stuff. I was blanking on the word clipboard. Thank you for that. Yeah, so you can access it as a file and read to paste, write to copy. And internally, it is just going to be creating
H3T1 followed your channel.
A fixed number of files. You can also access it as a directory, list its contents, and then access the specific files, or just access them directly to get version history right away. It's not a feature that I've ever used, to the point that I never even knew that Windows had it natively. But let's explore that. Hey, thanks for the ads. This is in Fahrenheit. I was like, holy shit, we're burning up. We're gonna get to boiling point soon. No, this is 75 Fahrenheit, which is still probably warm as fuck. $23, okay, yeah, it's mid-April. Alright, I have to use this. Hot days ahead, yeah, no shit. Alright, I'm probably gonna need to open Notepad for this. Hopefully it opens. Hopefully it doesn't have Copilot in it. What's this? Alright, let's have Copilot write something for me. Please don't, actually. By the way, didn't Microsoft come out a few days, or like a week or two ago, and say that after they pushed Copilot into literally every product they have, oh, guys, you're not supposed to use it for anything professional or serious. It's just an entertainment tool. Something like that. Didn't they say something that... I mean, true. It's true. You shouldn't use it for anything serious. But at the same time... Come on. Alright. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna paste normally, and then we're gonna press Windows V. I have to turn it on. Okay. I did not know this was here. There's emojis? Jesus Christ, how did I not? Alright, so I copy this, I paste world, I then do this, and there we have it. Windows plus dot. It's lagging like crazy. I did not. Come to think of it, how did I think that people used emojis on Windows? I just think you don't do that, you know? These are horrible. I mean, you should not use emojis on Windows. I am sorry to anyone that I've ever sent an emoji to who saw it on Windows, because I'm so fucking sorry. What the fuck is this? Is it starting to lag? Last time I opened Windows, it crashed my entire computer, so gotta be a little bit careful. Is that a tongue? That's not a tongue. Oh no, OneDrive has stopped syncing. No! No! Anyway. How many of these can it hold? 5, 10, 20, 50? Is that all of them? Let's see. If I copy 2 more, hello and world should disappear. Nope, they're all here. I thought there would be a smaller limit. You can pin them too. See how laggy it becomes when opening the emojis? It feels like you create a new instance of their shitty web API per emoji. Most likely. And it's going crazy. There's actually a Copilot is generating an emoji with a fucking image generator for every single emoji. Anyway, close this godforsaken thing. All of a sudden my system works fine again. There we go, kill it. And we're good. Alright. I did not know you could do this with Windows V key. I genuinely thought AI was hallucinating. Also, I kind of misread this, or I didn't pay attention to what it was really saying. I thought it meant Control V, and I'm like, obviously fucking not. But no, it's Windows key plus V. I did not know that was a thing. Alright, so I guess Windows does have this natively. My operating system is gonna have that as well. I guess I'm more used to Mac, so I kind of just expected it to be, yeah, you need to use a third-party extension of some sort. There's a subscription-based one. Why would you give me a link with the AI overview if it doesn't take me to the thing that you're talking about? It just Googles the word. macOS has this in Spotlight. Hi, Immigrant. Does it? Spotlight barely works nowadays, so how do you do what? I don't believe you. You open Spotlight and press Command 4. I don't believe you. Wait, it's asking for permissions to index my clipboard for searching. What? I mean, not really. Half the time it's broken. Uh, Very much right now. Um, Spotlight is super broken on the latest system. And honestly, one thing that really bothers me about Apple is sometimes they'll make a change and they'll miss. They just make something that is stupid and doesn't work. Like, they removed Launchpad in favor of whatever the fuck we have now. Uh, an application search thingy that literally does not work. Like, you look up an application that you know you have installed. You look it up with the exact name and it won't find it. It's that shitty. Which means it's sometimes very difficult to open certain applications if it decides not to work. And pretty sure they're gonna either fix it and make it good, or bring back the old version by the next system. The problem is we're gonna have to wait till June for a beta version and till September for a release version of it. They won't course correct until the next major version. That really bothers me about Apple. They'll make mistakes and they'll rectify the mistakes, but it'll take them a year to do it. Not because they're working slow, just because they want to do it on a major release. Hello, Rhea. I'm good. How are you? Alright. So, Windows has a clipboard manager. Genuinely wasn't fucking expecting that. Okay. Alright. Still, though, I want to see some other clipboard managers out there. Again, it's not even a feature that I use necessarily, but yeah, I guess it kind of. Again, because of the way that I want to implement the clipboard, it should be trivial for me to have multiple buffers copied at the same time. But it's not a feature that I probably will use. It's just a feature that it would be kind of dumb to not implement. It syncs. Okay, has anyone ever used copying and pasting over the cloud? Now, to be fair, the closest I could have come to using this thing is when Apple added it, and it literally shows you a pop-up that's like copying from Mac on your phone, and your entire phone is blocked until it syncs to the cloud, and it's really fucking stupid. But does anyone actually use this feature? Is that useful in any way, shape, or form? Has anyone actually asked for this feature? I'm gonna go with no. You use it? Get out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? Nah, 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 nah. Don't do that, don't do that. Nice to copy from phone and paste on. To be fair, like a bunch of times I'll just write a note and wait for that to sync and then just paste. I mean, copy and paste from that. But like, straight copy and paste is. I mean, I would use it if it wasn't for the fact that it's so invasive. It just shows you a pop-up. Well, it's been a while since I've tried to use it. I disabled it as soon as they implemented it because it was so bad. Again, it would show you a pop-up that was like, syncing to iCloud, syncing to Mac. And it would actually stay there for several seconds because iCloud is slow as fuck. Does not work half the time, yes, also that. AirDrop works 75% of the time, but iCloud works 10% of the time, so it's so annoying. But the fact that it shows you a pop-up that you cannot dismiss besides canceling, and keeps you there until it's actually done, I don't know, praying to the iCloud servers, hoping that maybe it'll work, then you actually get your stuff pasted. So as soon as I saw that that was a thing, I disabled it because it's genuinely so. Most of the times I don't need it. And if I do need it, I genuinely just use a note, which again syncs over iCloud, but it's a conscious choice that I'm making to do that. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Oh, okay, what is actually going on here? Okay, one thing I was wondering. Can I see the Windows clipboard history, what it looks like on images without having to open the godforsaken machine again? Okay, it doesn't have that. Okay, so one thing I saw that this has is that it allows you to copy and paste, well, to paste specific things from here by choosing command 0, command 1, and so on. I was wondering how I could implement that. Like how you work with these things. Again, it's something that I'm probably going to implement, but I'm never actually implemented or used. So I guess we're just exploring. Alright, not a whole lot on their website. Well, on their thing here. They have more on their website, I'm assuming. No need to well, actually, yes, there is need to translate. This is in Japanese. Multiple formats. Shortcut keys, and you can refer to the history of the clipboard at any time. You can paste a fixed type sentence at any time by registering a fixed sentence as a snippet. I was thinking about that, how to have snippets and templates and whatnot, but that's more of a code thing specifically, so it's gonna be separate. It's not gonna have anything to do with a clipboard. Alright, so there's really not a whole lot to it. It just lets you copy and paste, and then it has snippets, which is cool. But again, if I implement it, even if it looks like if I put it in the same menu, because I was thinking about implementing something like that. If I do put it even in the same menu as the history, like they did, it's gonna be a separate feature. So not gonna bother with that for the time being. How to copy and paste on a computer. All right, everybody, pay attention. This is gonna be on the test. Control C and Control V. Except for the terminal on Linux. On a Mac, the keyboard shortcuts are Command C and Command V. If you want to cut it, Control X and Command X. Yep. A dedicated system-wide clipboard manager, fast, easy, and nice to use. Under active development, no ads or dodgy data harvest. I should fucking hope not. Then again. Alright, Windows V, standout feature, clipboard manager, emoji support, symbols, and GIF support. It has GIF support. I'm baffled by these news. That cannot... I need to go back. Holy shit, my computer's lagging without even opening Windows. Just the thought of opening Windows is making it lag, so maybe not. It has GIF support. Wow, those look just like the kind of GIFs that people love to use, yeah. It's amazing, really. Why is my stream lagging? Or my camera? I don't know, something's lagging. How's the quality? How's everything doing? I think we're good now? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think. All right, let me know if there's any issues because it looks like there are. Like I can see it lagging pretty heavily, but um, maybe it's the fucking website. I don't know. All right, CPU usage went down. There's a 3-second delay. That's fine. I don't really do reviews. What if you're lagging in real life and you just want us not to know, so you blame it on other things? Fuck. Damn it. Puts everything you Command C into the stack and you bring up the stack with Command Shift V. When you choose from the menu, it pastes. You can also group them with folders. I was thinking of Command Shift V. So yeah. Spain is known to be low resolution. It's the heat actually. It's just, yeah. I still see my camera lagging, like, I don't know. I mean, okay, just let me know if there's any issues. Just write it in the chat. I'm just not gonna be looking at myself on the camera and then I won't notice the lag, I guess. Audio desynced. No, it's the camera. Alright. Let's adjust the camera. Is it fixed? It's not fixed. Great. I love having technical issues. It's really amazing. I thought maybe it was actually that website, but it's not. Okay. Oh, we might as well go back to it then. This is pretty much the same thing as far as I can tell. For Mac, there's Mackie. I'm so annoyed by the camera. Every time I look over and I see the camera lagging, it's throwing me off. This is the paste one. Wait, you can put it... Oh, clipboard managers are actually a lot more advanced than I thought they would be. I was gonna create something incredibly simple, but... yeah, we're making it sound a lot more complicated than it is. There's clipboard managers for Android. Well, I guess that makes sense. Alright. Alright, I had zero clue Windows had this feature. Good for them. Alright. Anyway, alright, if the stream goes down, just wait a couple minutes and it'll go back up, just in case, you know, something happens, because, like, something's lagging. I don't know what it is. It might just be my camera. I'll hold on then. Give me a second. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. Have I activated Ubuntu? Yes, I have. Oh wait, it's fixed. Okay, yeah, that fixed it. I think, anyway. Let me know if it is fixed. Just have to restart the camera. Easy. Simple. I don't have money for Ubuntu, so I haven't activated it. Sorry. Actually, had never activated Windows. I mean, my motherboard broke, and then it turns out I lost my Windows license because of that, so I just installed Linux instead. Also, Ubuntu is really not worth paying for. Let me be clear. The only reason I'm on it is because I installed it. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I cannot overstate how little thought went into choosing Ubuntu. It's free for 5 computers? Are you serious? No, isn't it one license for 5 computers? 30-day, always free for personal use. What? What the fuck even does Ubuntu Pro have? A trusted open source repository you can build on. Fast remediation with tested vulnerability fixes. Oh, you love to put that behind the fucking paywall. It's a good idea. Auditing, patching, automation, and management tools to ensure visibility and uptime. Compliance profiles for the most popular security standards. Coverage of for your OS, infrastructure, and application, including GCC. What are you yapping about? Would be question number 1. And question number 2, why are you charging for that? Even if they're just charging enterprise for that, why are you charging for that? It's also used by NVIDIA, and they cannot help themselves but to name AI. Even when it has nothing to do with that. I guess you're just not a security professional. I mean, I just would expect that to be fucking available to everybody. Like, what the fuck? Also, Ubuntu is actually so shitty. Why do they think they should charge money for this? What in the Windows and Ubuntu made them think, hey, you know what? We deserve money for this shit. No, we deserve money for using this shit. You pay us. We don't pay you. What the fuck? No. That alone pissed me off so much, I'm probably gonna be on Debian tomorrow. Wait, no, I don't need a new folder for this. Alright, since my camera is working, I'm gonna start working on the clipboard, which I was gonna call Pastebin for whatever fucking reason. It's called Clipboard. Businesses just want to say they have a certified vendor. Yeah, okay. I guess. I mean, it is free. If I wanted to, I could get it for free, but Jesus Christ. That's... Again, you don't deserve money for this. That's the problem. Alright. I have an organization problem here. Not really. I was thinking, obviously this is going to be shared between all applications. And again, it's going to be a file system module, but I kind of was considering of doing like file system in user space, but what's the point of doing a file system in user space if you're going to isolate the user space and it has its own file system? Each application has technically its own file system, which looks slightly different from other applications, and most importantly, different from the real file system, which is the kernel's file system. So maybe not. Alright, so that means I need to put the clipboard in here. And just gonna give it its own folder. It feels weird to put clipboard in its own folder, but I genuinely don't know where else to put it. Like, you're telling me that the clipboard is on the same level as the file system? It's on the same level as audio? It's on the same level as networking and memory? Nah. I'm just gonna create a Maybe it's time I reorganize my kernel a little bit. Like not the kernel, but rather the structure of the project a little bit, because it's kind of all over the place. All right, we got utils, which is actually built-in programs, like a theme editor, which right now is just a theme picker, but it will be a theme editor, the terminal, the app launcher, and browser for files. Then we have user, which is also a built-in application. This is where originally these were going to go, but they ended up in utils. But now I want to create a new folder called utils inside of the kernel, which is where I'm going to put the clipboard, because it makes more sense than just putting it here in the root directory. All right, before I even consider any of that, I'm actually on the wrong branch, so that's not helping. I'm also on the wrong project here, so that's also not helping. And I also have changes, which Z is lying about which changes I have. Wait, no. Oh, shit. Okay. I am on the wrong branch, and it turns out I didn't commit my latest changes. So that could become a problem. All right. Okay, so this I actually don't want to commit, but this, and this I do want to commit. My real, no, I'm fake. Oh. Hold on, I'm starting to realize what's happening here. Okay, so I have been working on a little improvement to syscalls. And I was looking at my file system from my laptop, and I remember that last time I changed /shared to /home, and that was not on my laptop, and that this explains it. It just wasn't actually. How did this not get committed? For the love of God! All right, this explains what's happening. Am I one of those pre-recorded videos? Well, I'm responding to you, so no. Not as far as I know. All right. Now the problem is that what's the name of the branch that I've been working on? Okay, it's experimental. Where is it? Is it not published? It is published. How do we know the chatter is not pre-recorded? You don't, I guess. Okay, here it is. 6.7 memfix. Yeah, it's 2027. Hell yeah. My camera lagging again? No, it's not. Okay, we're good. Okay. Does this branch work? I don't think that will work. That works though. 18,000 works. Okay. 18 million does not. Alright, everything seems to work. This application launches. Mouse works. Yeah, I had to make some internal changes to the way syscalls work, so I have to be careful that everything is working. But looks like we're good. And yeah, we're good. We can work off this branch. And I think I should be able to merge it back into the other one and merge this one. but that's not important right now. I'll do it after the stream. All right. Right now I'm supposed to work on adding copy and paste to my operating system, but I think I'm gonna need to take a couple minutes to change some stuff around because I have 11 minutes before the first ad break of the stream, so I'm gonna do that during that time. All right. Also, exec and exit overriding the screen. No, I haven't really given that any thought. I also need to work on that, to be honest. This weekend, probably. Actually, when I was working on syscalls, I saw that pull request that's referenced in these branches. There's actually some reference to dealing with those kinds of things, so we can work on that this weekend at some point. Hello, Seeker. All right, 11 minutes till the next ad break. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna change the names of a bunch of stuff here. So we're gonna start without a clipboard folder. Now, user right now contains a demo program, so I'm actually gonna rename. Well, I'm gonna keep the name user, but user is for userland programs. Inside of it is gonna be a demo, which is gonna contain, well, build is a build folder, so we're gonna get rid of that. That's just a temporary file. All of this we're gonna move inside of demo. Then everything that is currently in utils is actually separate applications. We're gonna put inside of user as well, and we're gonna get rid of that folder. All right, now demo has its own makefile, which it does not need because it can just rely on the makefile from this. Yeah, good. Also has a linker that it won't be using anymore, so we can get rid of that. You guys don't have a linker, we're good, okay. Now this makefile is shared for all these applications, and builds them and puts them in the correct directory. Does it though? Wait, they all have their own makefile. Shit. Oh, my bad. Is it the same makefile for all of them? I'm thinking it is. So I should even be able to... Alright, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so kinda do what I did here. So this bin folder has the same structure. Every one of these is a different program. They all get built with this common makefile and then this makefile here. So this common makefile... Wait. God damn it. User makefile. Alright, so all of these are gonna be built using the same makefile. So they're pretty standard, they're all just userland applications. They technically don't even use a makefile they don't need to use a makefile if I don't want them to. Alright. And I should be able to get rid of all this stuff again. And why did literally everything change though? Okay, because it's comparing... This is a mess. 7 minutes already, alright. It's comparing this makefile to what used to be there, which was the makefile for one of them. Alright, so anyway. Now this makefile will be responsible for building all of these programs, which, again, will all have their own user makefile. This one is responsible for calling this one inside of each of these folders, building them, and putting them inside of the this thing here. All right. Now, the main makefile probably references utils, which we're going to get rid of, because that folder no longer exists. Still has references to that, because we also clean it, make it. All right. And is that going to be enough? Well, there's already a problem with cleaning, so no, clearly not. No rule to make target clean. And make demo clean. Clean, right here. Ah, wait. All right, I think that did it. Okay. Now, am I able to build? It actually built. I mean, the launcher works. Now, the launcher is actually... I can launch the launcher from the launcher. What am I doing wrong? Oh, wait, I know what I'm doing wrong. All the applications used to be built to system. Now they're being built to user. So system. Wait, I gotta clean. I don't have 18 cores, but whatever. No, the launcher is still appearing inside of the launcher. And we can launch the launcher from the launcher, which we can then use to launch other applications. And Doom crashes actually, but probably just need to rebuild it. And now the application that we're seeing right now is not the one that's focused, so I can't actually give it input. Maybe if I click it. Yeah, now it works. Okay. Works surprisingly well. Really, the biggest issue that I have is that it shows an application there that it isn't supposed to show. So do I have like something against that? No, I don't. Was it always showing the launcher? No. Wait, I'm confused. I'm so confused. Hold on. All right, my file system right now has user, which contains all of these applications, and system, which contains also all of these applications. So what happens if I delete this folder, and I delete this folder, and I make? You'll create the user folder, and it's empty, but not the system folder, so okay, it's just a misconfiguration issue. All right. The build directory is considered to be taken from the common. /build, okay. That's nothing to do with it. Is it from here then? I don't understand why they're creating a folder called user. As far as I know, this is not being created by this. It should be put in a folder called system, but that folder doesn't exist. Okay, so it probably comes from this makefile. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Okay, RedOS system, and it's empty. That's great. Hello, Maps Games. It created the right system, the right folder, but now it's empty. Now they're both empty, so it's doing nothing. You're supposed to copy to... Wait. Okay, it didn't create a directory called fs, so we're good. Does it say something here? Here's creating theme.red, and then it's not copying or doing anything. I'm just gonna clean, make again. I should have done make run. But okay, they're now in system, no longer in user. Okay, so that's correct. So we're gonna get rid of this folder. And that's as far as I go now that there's an ad break, but I'm gonna continue just finishing this real quick. Since the launcher no longer traverses this directory, it now traverses this directory. The other directory doesn't exist anymore. And handle entry well, you kind of need to check if CMP, this is kind of ugly, but that should avoid the launcher from showing up inside the launcher. It does not, because it is actually case sensitive. Right, so we want to make it case insensitive. Okay, yeah, that works. And I can still open applications. They work just fine. And I can look inside of boot. And I can't really see much because there's a lot of files and no scrolling. But yeah, it does work, I guess. All right. So that's done. Now, other changes I need to make. Okay, so bin, it's kind of going to be the same thing. Bin is such a stupid fucking name. I'm going to change it to tools. Everything else stays the same here. I'm actually gonna steal a little something here. This,
60
and this.
FP-Skept-2 followed your channel.
Why did that scare me? I wasn't expecting that. It scared the shit out of me. Alright, so put it here, here, and here. Alright, so now we have this, this, and this. Using the tool makefile. In the tool makefile, we'll put everything inside of RedOS tools. Again, we're going to get rid of the bin directory. Now I need to go to the main makefile here, and anywhere that I put bin, tools. Hello, Amir. Tools. 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 Alright. And likewise, anywhere that I was accessing /bin, so I have to be a little bit careful about this. It's now /tools. This is a different thing that we're talking about, so we're good. Okay. Okay. Cool. That's a lot cleaner. Right, remains to be seen if this actually builds. Okay, I was gonna do this before the ad break, but I did it before the ad break ended, so that counts as something. Yep. That worked. I'm a little confused as to what's going on here. This ... Oh, wait. Wait a damn minute. See, copy and pasting, so amazing in Linux. It's such a great experience. What character is that? That's a single character. That's not 3 dots, that's a single character. How the fuck did we get that in the system? It's a string. Okay. And what is this character? Like, it doesn't actually see it as a character. It complains. No, maybe not. UTF-8 char can be on more than 1 byte. Then why the fuck is it called UTF-8? Huh? Whatever. The worst part is I usually say we should have left Unix in the 90s and gone with Plan 9, but Plan 9 is the reason we have UTF-8, so maybe I should shut up. Maybe it doesn't apply in this case. Alright. That's enough changes for now, but honestly, I would love to keep the good vibes going by changing shared to lib, because it's a library. It used to be shared because it was shared between userland and kernel, and it still is, to be fair. But lib is just a better name for it. But it's a Git submodule, so that's kind of gonna be a problem if I do that. There's an actual... Jesus Christ, man. It's actually 3 bytes. Okay. You know what else you could have done with 3 bytes? That. Which, by the way, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna make it that, because otherwise the system cannot actually read it. I can't believe I never noticed that. It's dumb as fuck that a UTF-8 actually uses... ridiculous. 24 bytes. 24 bits. 24 bits. For UTF-8. This is 16 though. So UTF-16, it uses 16. And for 32, it uses 16. Look, I'm gonna just move on, get rid of that character, we're done. it renders again correctly. All right, so again, I would love to change the name of this, but it is a Git submodule, and so I expect major issues with that, and that is not going to be great. So, okay, so bin, probably going to want to change your name as well, but not right now. Utils will do as a name for now, and here we can put, wait, hold on, this is actually going to be a folder. Not paste bin. Why do I want to call this thing paste bin? Anyways, that website's still up. Since 2002. It's actually really simple for like copying and pasting. You can just write something. And then you go to this URL. And there's what I pasted. It's as simple as that. It doesn't get automatically deleted. You would think by default it would. But okay, whatever. Yeah, for some reason I keep wanting to call this thing paste bin, but really what we're doing is a clipboard. Clipboard. That's the name of it. Alright, so utils clipboard. Alright, we're actually going to implement this thing. We're going to start with a clipboard.h. We're going to pragma once it. We're going to include some files system module. And we're going to declare a system module for which I also need to change the name. I don't know if I want to change the name of system module or not. Probably not. It's funny because when I started them, they were system modules. Now they're file system modules, but they're still system modules, so the name is fine. I might keep it. Clipboard mod. All right, we're just going to copy that for clipboard.c, where we will include that and actually declare the module. All right. So its name, mount. Should I just put in a /clip? So you don't have to type in /clipboard every time? But clip is too short. Clippy is probably copyrighted. Also stupid for a serious file system name. Yeah, I'm just not going to be lazy. I'm going to call it clipboard. Alright, needs to have an initializer. See, no, okay, that's specifically the reason I'm moving away from things like bin. Because why is it called bin? This is not a string, this is a function. We'll need an initialize function. We need a version, by the way, which I haven't started bumping these, but I did create this version system. I need to at the very least fill it out, even though I'm not using it yet. But I can very much just make breaking changes without too much warning, because, yeah, it's an unreleased operating system, though it is open source. But once I have a proper version 1.0 of the system, I'm going to want to, you know, have proper versions of these and like actually increment them and introduce breaking changes with major versions and whatnot. So I have to get into the habit of every system module I create has a version number. Actually, you know what? I'm going to enforce that real quick. So /dev, which is another one I'm going to change the name of. When you load a module, you check if the module has an init function. All right. So if it does, but it doesn't have a version, right, so version 0.0.0 is not a thing. It is also a number, so you can't have like letters or anything like that. Sucks. To be you if you wanted letters, but you're not getting them. So this is probably gonna fail to load a bunch of modules because I probably forgot the version number in some places, but we'll get to that. All right, we'll need to read as a file. We'll need to write as a file because that's the copy and paste functionality. And then for the multiple clipboards, we're gonna need read directory, and then reading and writing the specific files. And anything else? Oh yeah, opening a file would be nice. Truncating, I don't think we need necessarily. Maybe stat, but I don't see the point of it. If I need it, I'll implement it. Let's just leave it like that. Okay. All right, so a Boolean clipboard init. Two very similar functions, size t clipboard read and write, which take a file descriptor, a char buffer, a size t, and a file offset, like so. So this one's going to be read, and this is going to be write. They're both going to return 0 for the time being. And they're going to be here. And of course I got it wrong. I find these really difficult to read, by the way, because there's so much going on here, especially when it comes with the AKA. Alright, so I have an unsigned long, struct file pointer, char pointer, unsigned long pointer. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, these are just not pointers. They're a pointer in the read directory, but not here. No, wait. Never mind. This one is a pointer. No, wait. This is const. Okay, that's the issue. Guess the function signature. See, actually, this is where templates would be useful. It would be nice to have a template for this. Though that's not necessarily a operating system-wide feature. It's more of a app feature that I want to add to my code editor. All right, read there takes a const char path. It passes a void buffer to read into, a size to read, and this one does use a file offset with a pointer because it modifies it. Returns 0, and that is the read there. Hey, I got the signature right. And finally, the fs result clipboard open, which takes a const char path and a file descriptor and creates the file descriptor, returning fs driver error for now. All right. Turns out I actually learned what the functions that I wrote look like. Good job, me. Okay. Now to actually implement the damn thing. And then, oh, there is one more thing I wanted to Google. Because of course, one interesting thing would be to have shared clipboard on QEMU, but I'm not sure what drives that, how that works. So Spice VD agent, but that's
Cellball followed your channel.
like what actually drives it in terms of QEMU clipboard interface. This is for the actual code of QEMU. Internal QEMU APIs. I need the external one. I need to know how to make my clipboard sync with the host system's clipboard. I don't even know how to begin to Google it. Because so far everything I've done with QEMU has been a driver for a device, so maybe it's as simple as doing QEMU system arch64 device help. That's going to give me a list of all devices that are available. And grep clip, there's nothing comes up. Copy, nothing. Paste. No, it's not called pastebin. Uncategorized devices. No. Well, hold on. Nothing. These are miscellaneous devices, so it could be here. I2C, 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 I2C. Inter-VM shared memory. Generic loader. I2C, PCI, PCI. No idea what I'm supposed to be even looking for here. VirtIO bus, bus PCI. Sound devices, that's probably not going to have it. Display devices, no. Input devices. Does that count as an input device, maybe? No. Wait, I didn't know QEMU had tablet devices. That's interesting. Also, smart car reader. Keyboard, mouse, multi-touch, serial, tablet. Network devices. What the hell are these? USB devices, storage devices, and controller bridge hub devices. Well, I don't know what to look for, but I did see that they have a PCIe device. So maybe that's going to help me develop that. I don't know. All right, back to developing the actual clipboard and then seeing how to share it with QEMU later on, I guess. All right. If anyone here uses multiple clipboards, like clipboard history, all that stuff, is it usually limited to a fixed amount, or is it kind of dynamic? For the time being, I'm probably gonna make it fixed amount, but nothing really prevents me from doing dynamic, I guess. Yeah. Not sure. Okay, I do have a data struct ring buffer. I have a ring buffer structure. Spice VD agent. Or like thing that comes for what happens over the serial port. Yeah, I'm just saying like what fake hardware device does QEMU expose to the operating system to create that? Because since we don't have that. What's the other thing that you said? VD agent? Yeah, like the actual hardware device that QEMU provides for sharing that, essentially. Serial port. Shocking. I'm using the serial port for like file sharing. Alright, how does this ring buffer work? Right. It's not great. Kinda need to review how it works. And change its name a little bit. It has push and pop, but it doesn't really have access. So that kind of sucks. But okay, this is what I want. It's got a weird initializer. I'm probably going to refactor this class, but not right now. It's not really worth it right now. Okay, so we're going to create a C ring buffer. And we're going to initialize it here. Why am I supposed to pass into storage here? I'm not sure. I'm going to give it a capacity of 5, and the element size is going to be the size of a buffer. I'm not sure what it wants for storage here, so I'm a little confused about that. Oh, okay. Wait. Why do you ask me the capacity, and then you don't even allocate the storage yourself? That's kind of unexpected, to be honest. But cool. Wait, I am using this somewhere, so yeah, you just allocate. Okay. I'm gonna use my new allocator for this. Alright, so num buffers is gonna be this. Size buffers is gonna be this. This size is gonna be a multiplier of these two. And you're gonna fall back to page alloc. And this page is also going to be allocated using page alloc. Alright, so we're essentially just allocating some memory for this. And then we're actually just going to allocate it here. Alright, so that should create our ring buffer. For 5 buffers inside of it. And again, I'm going to need to create something to access the specific buffers, but wait. Yeah, no, this kind of works, I guess. I have to initialize the buffers. With the size being... we can give them a page and allow them to grow from there. buffer can grow. And then we can do C ring push into ring. And I push the buffer. And is that copying? Because if not, this whole thing is very... That's a weird copy. Why are you copying like that? That's a very weird way to copy. But it is copying. memcpy into dest from item and rb element size. It's a much easier way to copy. So we're just going to push the buffer into the ring, and that way we've created 5 empty buffers waiting to take... Well, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to do it like this. Because we start out with the buffers being empty. Alright, so right now there's nothing in there. Actually, that code, take it and do this. Alright, so this file system module is one that I created, VFS read, and the VFS stat and VFS list, which helps me with creating virtual files. I actually just use this as a stack. But it's actually so much easier if I just... Instead of using a ring buffer, I just use a stack. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Alright, forget you. Forget you. Forget the number of buffers. And alright, so the VFS allows me to do a make entry thing, which lets me just create a buffer in the moment, but that's not what I want. At the beginning there should be no files. So I should actually create the Now hold on. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm probably going to need to implement custom behavior for all of this. Alright, so first off, I want to include the files VFS. I wrote this code like, what, Monday? Or like a week ago at most, and I already kind of don't remember how it's supposed to work. So that's not exactly great. But anyway, this make entry is going to store each file with a virtual backing using a buffer, but the buffer doesn't exist yet when we're initializing, and this is just a dir as file, which just indicates the fact that there is a file called Clipboard, and it doesn't do anything besides that. I can just pass it an empty buffer, actually. All right, so let me do that. Just take an empty buffer and do literally nothing else. Then to read the directory, we can actually rely on the default behavior for that, VFS list. Which, by the way, I also want to create another version of it. Buff size offset, like that, and return that. All right, back to where we were doing. VFS read here. All right. So we can't actually open any files, read any files, write any files, or read the directory. We do need stat. And again, I should be able to use the default behavior for this, VFS stat. If I run this, I should be able to see the /clipboard directory. I should be able to see a file. That's not good. When it looks like this, it means the theme didn't load. So, what happened? I didn't even load this module, by the way. I forgot to actually load the module, so nothing is happening right now. But somehow, the fact that I changed the name of this function, well, the implementation of this function to this one, shouldn't be doing anything. I don't know what's happening. Enterprises rehire developers, do they? They should not go back to working for those companies. Also, the AI layoffs were never even about AI in the first place. 100%. They should not be. No one should be going to work for those companies. Passing the buffer, the size, and the offset exactly as I'm getting them. Is it because of the version number? Oh, yes, thank you. I forgot I did that. I have the memory of a goldfish with dementia, apparently. So let's panic instead and take the time to just fix these real quick. That's probably what's happening. Hold on. Panic is in exceptions. Exception handler.h. Yeah, the name of the files is not exactly the most intuitive. Alright. Version number cannot be known. Can you at least tell me? No, you really can't. You can't really tell me which module that comes from. Panic can only print a static string and a number. I mean, I can do this. Since I know there's no actual real issue in the kernel, I'm okay with just using a string format here. And I'm okay with not freeing the string, because, yeah. /theme. Okay. So, it's actually that very same one. Any more? Nope. That was the only one. Okay. Cool. Great. Alright, so we're gonna go back to how this was. Don't want to panic your entire system just because of this. Or do I? For the time being, we can actually do something even better. Hold on. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Control C. And Control Shift C to go back to how we, Z to go back to how we were. This. And we can easily just define this, which will make, is it if def? If def. Yeah, I can panic, but again, all my things are working right now. All right, so now we gotta actually load this module. Clipboard mod, and I need to actually include the file for it. That's utils clipboard clipboard.h. Or maybe something even better. In utils, I'm going to create a utils.h, and I'm going to create a static inline boolean load util modules. So I'm going to need to pragma once. I'm going to need to include well, I'm actually just going to include the module loader. And then I'm also going to include clipboard.h. And here I'm going to return load module clipboard mod and true. Yo, typical burnout, what's up? All right, and the reason I do this kind of weird formatting with return new line, this thing, and true is so that if I have a lot of modules and I want to disable one, I can just comment out this line and the code still works, no matter what that line is. Typical married, really? Congratulations. Alright, so instead of calling this, and instead of including this, I can now just include utils.h, and load util mods. And I'm not going to check whether it succeeds or not. That's your problem, not mine. Alright. So now oh, there we go. Clipboard. And we have a file in Clipboard, which contains nothing right now. It actually fails to open. But it does list the file as being there. Alright. Cool. So the actual behavior of this thing, again, I create a kind of empty file. I'm cheating here a little bit. I need to create the definition of a file at /clipboard. Because again, it's both the directory and the file. And this buffer is not actually going to be used. Just kind of wasting it, honestly. Well, not really. It's just uninitialized. Really, it's empty. When you open, you're actually going to create a file. So whenever you open any one of these, well, no, not any one of these files. Whenever your path is empty, I believe. Is that how I check? Yeah, this thing here. Right? Yeah. Okay. VFS open path descriptor. Return that. All right. So if we're trying to open the root directory, again, we need to have some custom behavior because there's no real file located in the root directory here. And the custom behavior is we actually create a new entry. Make entry. The name for this entry, we have to create it by using a format string. And it's just going to be the stack count. That's a function. The stack count for the entries. -1. This is going to be the number of files that we have, but of course we have this pseudo file here. So we're going to skip it. Wait, no, hold on. I forgot I created this. I created a command entry. When you call this command entry, when you try to write to it, well, but not when you try to copy it, to read from it, I mean. Alright, so let's ignore that for now. I think maybe not the best idea to use that right now. Commit. No, wait. Actually, you're supposed to use the variable here. What the hell? We're going to create a new file. We're going to give it virtual backing. We're going to give it, we're going to make it a file. And we're going to create a buffer for it. Giving it some size, and buffer can grow. What have you pasted on top of the stack? Yep. Yeah. The name of the file will change constantly then. I hate that they do that though. It should be your choice maybe, but shouldn't they though? I feel like that's kind of normal. Oh, hold on. Maybe let me not complicate things too much. Okay, so every time you create you copy a new thing, it's going to create a new file and its number is going to increase. But when we're listing the directory, so we're actually going to need custom behavior here, we're going to invert it. That requires parsing. I'm not loving this necessarily. Okay, let me implement it as it is right now and then improve on it later, because otherwise I'm just gonna waste too much time like designing this whole thing and not actually building it. Special file pointing to the latest. Yeah, that's what this file is supposed to do. But that's not the same thing, because when it comes to like the application developer, in order to get not the latest but the one before, you need to know the total number, and that's not great. Whereas instead, if I don't want the latest entry but I want the one before, I can just go to /clipboard/1 and /clipboard/0 to get the latest. This kind of does the opposite. But okay. Whatever. When you open the file, if the file that you're opening is /clipboard, then you will just get a new file. No. Damn it, I didn't think this went through. Because if you're opening for writing, then you open a new file. If you're opening for reading, then you get the same file. I didn't think that through. Damn. This is actually more complicated than I thought. Because I don't know if I'm opening for reading or for writing. I actually don't know that. And okay, so instead, I'm just going to open this file. That should be a possibility. You're either opening a specific file that already exists, or you're opening this file. In which case, yeah, I'm just going to open this file, not create any buffers until they're needed, which I think makes more sense. So that code, I'm going to need you later, but I don't need you right now, so I'm going to just comment you out. And in that case, we don't need custom behavior for opening the file. The dog just turned around, literally. And we also don't need a custom behavior. Well, no, we do need custom behavior here. It's this, yeah. All right, so this function is no longer needed, actually. I just need this. All right. When you're writing to the clipboard, what we're going to do is we're going to write to a specific file. We're going to create a new file. There it is. And does this return the file, by the way? No, it returns a boolean. That's kind of stupid. It also doesn't even return false at all. So but I'm also pretty sure it yeah, it doesn't return a copy of the data. So stack get entries stack count entries -1. Oof, that's a lot. Solo coding OS, crazy work. I do have contributors, but yeah, not gonna disagree with you on that one. All right, that should return the file that I just created. 3D multiplayer FPS. Now, I'm more of an RPG or sim game, so I am working on a game, to be fair. All right, this creates a file when we write. So we open this file and then we create a file, but only if the file that we're pointing to is this one. If it's not, this behavior is more complicated than I expected it to be. All right. Here's the deal. We have to get the file based on the ID, right? Based on the one that was opened. Then we gotta check if the mfiles path, no, mfiles serial number. Am I filling this in? Sure hope I'm not. Why am I not filling this in? Ah, but the name works. The name works. Okay, still, probably better off filling out the file ID and the serial. Okay, the more code I write, the more I realize like how non-straightforward this is. But still, we want to check the file name And if strcmp for the file name against dir as file is 0, then we're opening a new file. Otherwise, we're just going to do VFS read with the file descriptor, the buffer, the size, and the offset, except it's not read, it's write. There. Okay. So this is going to create a new file for us. And we are going to perform the write on this file, which is to say this function right here. But not with the M file, with this file instead. I see, that was needed. Also, if no file, return 0. And also, what is your problem? There. Okay. So, to copy, we're going to talk to the clipboard and we're just going to open a file, which is just going to open this one by default in /clipboard, unless we want to copy to a specific file, in which case, if it already exists, it actually allows us to edit existing copies. So that's kind of interesting. If we opened the root directory as a file, then what we're doing is we're actually creating a file we can write into. We have the size, so we don't need to guess it. We just create it and we write to it. And we return that. Otherwise, we just treat it like a normal already existing file. Cool. And for reading, similar logic, kind of, except first off, we're not writing, we're reading. Second, pretty sure we're always going to be doing this. But we're just going to make an exception. If we're reading a specific file, then so /clipboard/10, then we just do that. But if instead we're reading the root directory, we're going to I just realized this was wrong. It's stack count normal. Here we're going to use the latest file that exists and use that to read from it. Which means the order is actually backwards. That part kind of sucks, but yeah. All right, to test if this works, I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna use the demo program default process. I'm gonna give it a void copy paste. And we're actually gonna do a simple write into what is it called? I keep forgetting the name. Clipboard. Clipboard. Jesus, why am I blanking on this word? I'm just gonna copy this. Hello. Just use strlens. Thing's gonna complain. All right. Call to undeclared simple write. I'm pretty sure it is declared. Considering you also... Oh, no, wait, hold on. S write. F. All right. So that should copy into the clipboard, and then we should be able to see it in the actual file manager under entry number 0. So we're going to run the demo program. Probably worked. Didn't work. It has something here, but it's not hello. It just opened a fully empty file, so yeah. It tried, but it didn't work. There's also a bunch of logs here that I need to get rid of. They're a bit too much. Okay. Let's just writing to actually, let's say to /clipboard/s, where we put the format string, or actually I can just do this. Including console.kio for printf. Let's see if it gets to that point. I should. Nope. Don't think it did. Alright, again, let me get rid of some of these, because Jesus Christ. Allocated cluster. Actual data. Didn't I get rid of... Oh, wait. Shit. Oh god. I just renamed half my files without merging. I hope that's not a problem. It shouldn't be, I guess. I'm trying to merge. What do you mean I'm not merging? Then why do you give me a merge? Alright. Get merge PR. No. Is that what it's called? PR67. Yes. You know what? Is my camera lagging again? It did for a second, but I think it's fine. I'm just gonna do something really primitive here. Whenever I do something that I'm not entirely sure of, maybe better off to just do a little backup. Your local changes in FAT32 would be overwritten. Okay, yes, I did just make a change there that I can just restore. Boom. Try again. Okay, that worked. Okay. Clean and run. Let's see if that works. Please do. These are still here. So I would love to know how my changes would have been overwritten if they're still there. So they didn't get overwritten. Oh, well, some of them are gone, just that one wasn't. Anyway. The log that I was expecting to see didn't actually work. What the hell did I do here? No, okay, what the fuck did I do here? How did that happen? I love when everything just breaks for no discernible reason. I'm not seeing any logs that indicate that we're even writing to the file in the first place. So that means that opening the file didn't work. Alright, let me see if it's at least opening the file. It also doesn't seem to be opening the file. Wait, hold on. I'm not calling this function. So yeah, don't expect copy and paste to work if you don't fucking call it. Clipboard file, writing 1 to clipboard. Okay. Now I have file 1 and this one, though this one doesn't show anything. And it actually opened twice, so that's a little bit weird. There's 2 files with the same name. It kind of shouldn't happen. Whoops. Kind of didn't realize that that could happen, by the way. That I absolutely do not want to have. But anyway, this is working. Then writing... that's backwards, so that would never have worked. Writing 1 to clipboard / null. I just forgot to put one argument here. Making a lot of really stupid mistakes today. Writing hello to clipboard /1. Okay. And now I want to do a simple read into this buffer. I'm actually going to give it 10 characters. Simple read f of /clipboard into buff 10, like that. And then print the result, right? Pasted text buff. Nothing. Okay. When we read, kind of same thing, I want to check that I am trying to access the correct buffer. Accessing latest clipboard at s/fmt. The read is writing. The read is writing. I'm making a lot of really stupid mistakes, which should probably be a sign that I need to stop. Lucky for me, I don't care. Actually, the signature is the same, just the function changes. Yeah, maybe you can't read into a buffer if you don't read from it. Though it's still empty. Alright, so I'm a little bit... accessing latest clipboard at 1. So it did find the correct file. Or allegedly. Wait. Found file, so it did work. But buffer read, are you actually reading? What are the requirements for that? This, and this need to exist. If the buffer is static, you always read at the beginning. Then the size is clamped. And then you just copy using the cursor that is passed in. So that should be reading the contents of the file, as far as I can tell. I can even cheat a little bit and outright print the contents of the file myself and see if there's anything written in there. There isn't anything written in there. And why would that be? No, actually, why is that? And always the features that I think are going to be the most fun and simple to implement end up being the not simplest to implement. Alright, road 5. So that should be correct. Hello has 5 letters. Road 5 letters. That's fine. But then we're trying to access the file and apparently we're not able to read from it. Now another thing I can do, of course, is boop, boop, boop. There's 2 files. That's not exactly great, but neither of them contains any content. But also, why are there 2 files? And why do they both have the same number? I really am making the stupidest mistakes today. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm not even tired. I was actually excited to do this, so why am I so bad at this? Reading and writing is creating a file, because reading, I copied the code from writing and I didn't bother changing it in the slightest, which is why we were writing to the buffer, but also we were creating a new file every single time. Which means, actually, that every time I open that file, I should be creating a new one. So if I do this, this, and this, I created a file. I created a file. Surprisingly, that's not creating a file, but yeah, that's probably statting the file, but yeah, whatever. Let's just fix it. Christ. Still empty from the looks of it. Okay, I'm very confused as to also why it's creating a file called 1 when there's 0 files. And this format string is not even being used. We can actually get rid of it. can use a format string here for file name. That should tell me which file it's trying to open. Writing hello to clipboard/1. Why clipboard/1? Then found file hash. Right. No, you're not supposed to find an entry like that. You're supposed to find an entry. So we do need the format string here. Okay, so okay, this was -1 and this is -2 because there's already a file here. See, I'm making the stupidest mistakes. You should write file 0 and you should find file. There's currently one file already. There's always one file, so that's why we use stack count -1 to create the next file. And to read the latest file, we use stack count -2. Alright, so that makes sense. Now, the thing is, we're doing find entry with a file ID here. When we should be using eval entry, which uses a file name, using the file name that we just created here. Because again, when we read to the root directory, we're trying to get the latest file. Okay, that worked. Pasted text, hello, and if we go to the file browser, clip 0, it's empty. Why the fuck are you empty? It is working. But at the same time, it is not. No, there is text here. That worked. It's just not showing here for whatever reason. But then here it doesn't work. Alright, so when you say opening clipboard file, can you tell me that you actually did find it? So that I know that you work. Okay. Clipboard. Found file. So it should have worked. It's probably stat. No. The file has actual data in it, doesn't it? Alright, so print the file size. File buffer size. Boom. Alright. This is working, yes. Then file browser, clipboard 0, found file 5. So it has actual contents, but then it doesn't print anything. And it also does not do anything. Okay, so here it is reading, clearly, because we can see it here. Reading from hash actually gives me the latest clipboard, which is located at file 0, found the file, and then prints out the actual contents of the file. If I try to access the file directly, it says open the clipboard file /0, found file 5, reading from 0, so it means it is actually reading the file. But then it isn't actually returning anything. Red 0. Using the offset that is passed into it. Buffer read uses the file buffer with the buffer and the size. And this shouldn't return 0 to be fair, but also we already found the file, so we don't really need to call all this custom behavior. We can just do buffer read with the m file buffer. Maybe that'll fix it. No, still nothing. Alright. We are going to print the file size, file buffer size, and we're going to print the file descriptors cursor. File system stuff? I mean, it's been a while. Technically, my first stream was file system stuff. Buffer 5, cursor 0. So why are you reading 0? It actually clearly finds the buffer because it knows that the size of the file is 5. Then there is a buffer. There is somewhere to write into. There is a size that we're requesting. I hope so anyway. It's not a static buffer. Then the size is the minimum between the size, and if the buffer size is less than the cursor, which it isn't, the buffer size minus the cursor, which is 5, so that's the actual size that you write, or how much is being requested, which is 5. If no size doesn't apply, if no buffer doesn't apply, we should be copying, so long as the data that I'm passing in here is correct. I think it is. No. Oh. Stat. No, wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on. What? Why is this size 0? The file browser here is trying to maybe read full file. Yeah. And read full file is opening the file using the file descriptor size. I see. No, hold on. This should work. All right, so I understand kind of what's happening. When we open the file, see, this is really a weird file. Some weird behavior going on here. Because I'm intentionally making it weird, not that something weird is happening. All right, when I open the file, where is that? Here. And I'm opening this file. The size of the file is considered to be 0. Wait, I'm never returning a file size here. Damn, okay. That's kind of the issue. There it is. Now this one won't work, and that I understand. Because when we're reading the file, we're not really able to... this part's kind of weird. We don't know the full size of the file. Now when we open a file, it tells us the size of the file. But in this specific case, the size of the file that it tells us is not correct because we're actually redirecting. But okay, let me reformulate the entire thing. When we open this file, we don't know yet what kind of operation we're trying to do on that file, because it has different behavior whether you read or whether you write. If you read, you expect it to point you to the latest copied content, and it should tell you the size of that content so you can read it. When you write, you create a new buffer. So you don't want it to tell you any size. You should just ignore the size, but really, if we pass the size here, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. But I think it's probably the best thing I can do, because really this file, when you read, it redirects you to this file. When you write, it creates a new file here. So when you read, it needs to tell you the size of an existing file. When you write, it doesn't know the size because you're the one writing. So it's a lot very weird. All right. Hello, Elliot. It's the code editor is Z. Yes, everything is from scratch, and it is open source. You should find the source on my profile somewhere. All right, so still need to do, wait, no, what we do here, and here. Yeah, but when you read, no. It is redacted, yes. This is a problem. See, I could just do this, which, again, just redirects this file, the root file, to the latest file that's opened. But no, wait. Never mind, there's no problem. Let me shut the fuck up about it. Here.
Carix_02 followed your channel.
Never mind. We're good. You're kind of supposed to ignore this size if it reports you the size of the latest clipboard, but if you're trying to write, you're not really expecting to see anything there. You're kind of supposed to just ignore that. Alright, so that should give us the proper size. File system's going well, but I'm trying to make it as complicated as possible, genuinely. That's pretty much what's happening. Failed to open file. Well, that's progress. Actually, hold on, it all broke. Because it didn't even paste. Oh my god. This is such a... I made this thing too complicated, let's be clear. I'm making this whole thing too complicated. Alright. You're opening a file, and you're not doing anything. You're not supposed to return 0 here. Just, if you can't find a file, just don't do anything. That's the problem, okay. Alright. It's hard for me to look at this. Yeah, honestly, that's the good thing about C. Alright, that worked. That works. And that works! Oh my god, okay. It's more complex than you would think. I mean, you're welcome to open a pull request, to be honest. But mostly I'm just doing whatever I need. I'm not necessarily too concerned about certain things. So like, I know there's a lot of places where I need to recheck the code. And kind of just do it as I go. Yeah, C I find easy to read, but it's very unlikely that I will look at my code and be like, oh shit, what was I supposed to do here? It's just that the logic itself is complicated here, and then no matter how readable your code is, if the logic is complicated, then the whole thing is complicated. Okay. Just to sum up the entire logic of what's going on here. We have the clipboard for the system is simply just a file. I'm supposed to also create a clipboard manager, but that's something I don't have right now. And Control-C, Control-V shortcuts, which should work system-wide, kind of. I actually don't know how that's implemented, to be completely honest with you. So, have I ever implemented anything that has to do with copy and paste? Not really. But, unimportant. How it actually works from a purely code point of view. We have /clipboard. Now /clipboard is a directory, and you can read inside of it the latest entries into the clipboard. Actually, if I go to here and I just do this a bunch of times, I'm gonna get 3 different files from the last 3 times that I copied something. No, I'm not using the Linux kernel. But I also have the special file hash, which a lot of directories have. This file allows you to open the directory as a file itself, and it kind of helps you do a little bit of shortcuts type of thing. In the sense that if I want to just write, just Control C and quickly, whatever is selected, copy it, and then Control V, whatever is selected, paste it. Well, whatever was copied last, paste it. I talk to this file, which I can actually just do by talking to /clipboard. And that's exactly what I'm doing in the demo. I'm doing a simple read, which just means open the file, read from it, and then close it, to /clipboard with this. And then I'm doing a simple write with that to copy, and then a simple read to paste. And this translates to this internally, and so it takes me to that file. And it creates a new file, which means I can also see what I did in one of these files. But then there's the fact that you can kind of read these files, and when I'm doing /read, /clipboard in order to read, I need to know the size of the file. The problem is, when I do this, to write, I'm creating a new file. Whereas to read, I'm using an existing file. So that is the complicated part. Reading and writing point to different files, technically. Which is complex to implement, but I'm hoping it's not complex to understand, because that's literally how it works. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's supposed to be kind of simple to just access the same file that routes you to the latest. And alright, file system is a good way to do clipboard history. Not just definition of a file, be super flexible. Yeah, exactly. Because the clipboard is just data. And if everything is a file, then the clipboard should also be a file, right? And that way, you want to make a clipboard manager for the system, you just have to talk to this directory. It's that simple. And it's available to everyone, so you don't even have to request special permissions once I implement those. So it's pretty simple. But there is other stuff that I honestly want to do with this, but I'm not sure yet. We'll get into exploring the possibilities of what it means to have your clipboard as files. But yeah, it can be pretty useful. Now there is one more thing I need to implement. Because in these directories, 0, 1, and 2, 0 is the first one that was created, 1 is the latest one that was created, is the middle one that was created, and 2 is the latest one that was created. Again, if I want to get the latest contents of the clipboard, so I'm just doing a simple default behavior, Control-C, Control-V, it's always the same, right? But if I'm doing something a little more complex, I want to know not the latest, but the one before. Like, maybe I want to implement something like, I don't know what this keystroke would look like, but just like Control-Shift-V and up arrow, which is a stupid combination of keys, but just to say something, right? Right, just actually, Control Shift 1, which I expect to paste the latest contents of the clipboard, and Control Shift V, I expect it to paste the second latest. The logic for that gets kind of complicated because I have to I have to do the translation manually when I'm implementing this thing, right? So if I'm pressing Control Shift 1, I already have to do a little bit of changes here because 1 is really the 0th one. Just we start counting at 0, not at 1. But actually, if we just look at the contents of the directory, it's very easy to do because there is already a file in there, the hash file. But of course, I expect 1 to return the latest. The latest in the directory that I showed before was 2, not 0. So that wouldn't have worked. So I'm thinking we're just gonna steal your contents here. Real quick, we're gonna do this thing. And we're also gonna steal this. And we're gonna do clipboard read dir. So we are actually gonna implement this thing as its own behavior. Okay, so what is this gonna do? When we read the directory, we have to check if it's the root directory, which you do by just checking that no path, right? If we're listing /clipboard, then we just return /clipboard. Otherwise, if we're listing strcmp path latest, then we're gonna reverse the entries. Hold on. Let me do this a little bit better. A reserved name is a smart solution. Yeah, I think this should work. Alright, so static entries -1 and static entries. Because we were doing some logic there for calculating the correct number. Alright. So now, how does this thing work? Dir list fill. It mem copies. Perfect. All right. Now we're going to create a new directory called latest, and that directory is going to reverse the entries. So to reverse the entries, it's going to point to the same exact file,
Krewceniek followed your channel.
but we're just going to reverse the name of the file. So if we have three files, 0, 1, and 2, then I keep forgetting the name of this damn thing. Clipboard. Clipboard 0 is the same as clipboard latest 2. And clipboard latest 0 is the same as clipboard 2. It's essentially just reverse ordering. But they really point to the same file, so we should be fine. The problem is to test it. I'm probably going to modify the demo program to copy and paste 3 different buffers. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to test. All right. This here is the name of the file. Right? Is it not? This is the name of the file. We want to parse it. No, parse int 64 from old name data old name length. Then we're going to adjust the name. It's going to be equal to the stack count of the entries minus the static entries minus the parsed name. That should reverse it, essentially. Then we're going to create a new string, new name, and it's just going to be a format string that comes from the parsed name. And we're going to write that. And then in both cases here, we need to string free the new name. Okay, so that is going to create them, but then opening them is going to be a whole other story. Wait, hold on. Yeah. So different logic if what we're trying to open is inside of the latest directory. We're going to have to do the same thing. We're going to have to parse it. Yeah, I use QEMU and learning resources, just OS Dev Wiki maybe. It's not exactly the best, but it is a good starting point. Also, hello, Detri codes. All right. If we're trying to open latest, we have to take the name of the path that we're given and reverse it. So we reverse it when we list it, and we reverse it back when we open the file. After that, it should be pretty simple. I hope. Yes. I think we'll be fine. Latest also does not work as a file, so that's not a problem. Okay, we're going to advance the path. Seek to this. And if we don't have a path, we actually return a file not found. Otherwise, we do the same thing we were doing here. We parse. Oop. And that actually can become the path now. Hold on, this is a little bit weird. How do I do this correctly? Just gonna do this. There. Clipboard open root with the path and the file descriptor. Kind of going to do the same thing here. Just to be safe with the dereferencing to the path. There we go. What we're doing with the parse name, I actually forgot to paste this part. We're reversing it again. Hoping that it hasn't changed since, because it might actually not give you super accurate results, but it should be fine. I don't know. I guess we'll see once we actually have proper concurrency. I don't think that's going to be a problem for now. But yeah, we parse the name, we reverse it, then we have to create a new string. Then we have to free that string. Something like that in this string format. Yeah, I usually check the validity like that, but to be fair, this could be null. Well, no, it couldn't really be null, but I'm not sure. And then I forgot to return and fs result res equals to this. We got a free, and then we got to return res. And I really need to make my compiler more compatible with C code so I can have defer. Also, I've been playing around with it a little bit, and I realized that it kind of can infinite loop a little bit while parsing, so probably need to fix that. Wait, hold on. To test this properly, right, I need to change the demo here. I don't care if you copy and paste back. Just want to do that 3 times. So we're copying 3 times. We're only reading back once. It's fine. All right, we have 3 files here, and we have in 0 we have hello, in 1 we have hello1, and in 2 we have hello2. We go to latest, we have nothing.
Cuviman readied your channel with 15 viewers.
Kuviman, hello, welcome readers. You get to watch me struggle with writing what was supposed to be a very simple file system. What do you even call this, actually? Because I've been calling them like system modules and whatnot, but virtual file system, I guess it's a folder, really. That's what I'm doing. I'm implementing a clipboard with the file system. What were you up to, Kuviman? So hold on, why do I have stuff on my laptop right now? Why do I have a cup on my laptop? That's just a recipe for disaster, even if it's empty. Transpiling closures to C. That's like a solid 80% of why I wrote a compiler. So I can understand that. Why do I use Z? I mean, it's nice. It's not VS Code. VS Code is done in fucking React, I think. Or Electron. What? I don't know enough about those technologies. All I know is that I hate them. Oh, one thing I didn't consider. Static entries. Let's see, if this is working correctly, we should be able to print file this with, well, not really, old name new name. Just print them as names. It's easier. Why am I not making my OS in my language? Like 10 seconds before you rated, I mentioned that my compiler lately has been infinite looping a lot while parsing. So that that is a big reason why. It's also not particularly man, I fucking hate these signage issues. There you go. Are you happy? I forgot what I was saying before. That is a big reason, and also it's not even a finished language technically, so not really worth doing. Alright. That is not called. So clearly the path is something I'm not expecting. I'm assuming the path is slash latest. No, the path is, oh my god, the path is clipboard slash latest, yeah. Slash latest. Alright, so 0 contains 0, 1 contains 1, and 2 contains 2. Latest crashes. Boom. Haha. And the crash is on string.h, 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 filesystem.c. So that's a good sign. That's lovely, honestly. So I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking at here. Probably what's crashing is here. I mean, string.h. No, this is not string.h, this is string.c. Can probably be improved, by the way. Surprised it's not. Yo, he's awake. I need to see what this old file name looks like, because I may be reading the wrong one. I need to actually create some clipboard latest crashes. Alright. Old file, and it's that.
Reckon Maziho Fanda followed your channel.
Oh. Hold on. It's this thing. It's a bit of a hack. Imagine being a dog on a bed, not a care in the world, doesn't know what a fucking operating system is. I'm sorry to say, but this dog is an expert in operating systems. He's been here the whole time. God damn it, you crash again? Come on, man. No. Old file 0. That is actually correct. So we're actually parsing the correct file now. Also, hello, goldfish. But, as far as I can tell, this is in fact a parsed as this guy is actually the one who's really writing the code. I'm just sitting here. You can't see my hands because it's really just him. You can see his paws and he's not using them, but like telepathically. Okay, alright, crash, yeah, whatever, what's new? Alright, parsed as 0, so that is working. Then count is how many files? 5, minus the static entries 3, minus the parse name 0, off by 1. Lovely, still crashes. Hold on, is a string formatting crashing? Because, like, this is printing parsed as 0, but this is not. And the only thing that happens in between is a string formatting. So I'm assuming this is still off by 1. It's probably printing like a -1 or something. That should work, but whatever. Adjusted to 2, that's actually correct. And then you format a string with that. What's the problem? Oh my god, the problem is literally in the print. The problem is literally the print. Lowercase s prints a C literal string. Uppercase s prints the string type that I'm using. Okay. Opening it does not work. But it translates latest 0 to file 2, latest 1 to file 1, and latest 2 to file 0, which is correct. It's reversing them. And now, of course, it obviously won't work because the off by 1 error is here as well.
Tick Perfect TV followed your channel.
Doop, 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 doop. Still fails. Wait, failed to get info. Wait, you're actually statting. Clipboard stat.
The Hago42 followed your channel.
Then, when you open this whole thing, that whole thing. Wait, why is this static inline? Oh, because I copied it. Okay. Return false. And then stat root with the path and the out stat. And then if it starts with latest, then you want to seek, you want to change, and you don't want to do this. Instead, you want to not return. You want to bool res equal to clipboard stat root with the path and the out stat. And that should give us stat information to open the file. Nope. Still does not. Oh, why not? Well, besides the fact that this returns the wrong result, technically. This whole translation thing, I'm not loving the code that it takes in order to translate a file to another. That's... Here I do kind of wish I was using more like an object system instead of a file system, because then I wouldn't have to parse. I would just use indexes directly. But hey, whatever. I can use the clipboard in the text editor. Just access /clipboard. That's why I'm doing it in the file system. I mean, the operating system itself should have a clipboard manager and like shortcuts and whatnot. I will add those. I don't have global shortcuts just yet, so it should have those, but it currently doesn't. But I was thinking before, I've actually never implemented copy and paste in an application, so I'm not even sure what it takes, because like any app that I've made used an existing text editor, a text field of some sort, and that allows you copy and paste natively. But I've never implemented it fully from scratch, so I need to know how that works. I also didn't even think of the fact that this is still giving them to you in the wrong order. Whatever. Failed to get info for clipboard latest 2, so it didn't even get to this point. Probably because of that. Yes. Nah, come on, man. /latest/2. Wait, how did this check ever work? This should have never worked? Hello? What the? How did this check work? No, that's dumb. How did that ever work? How did that work? That's impossible. Well, it probably never did, actually. Now it fails to get the contents for latest. Okay, so yeah, the logic here is different. Here you want to return that for a directory. Latest. Alright, we're back. It works, kind of, because we still can't read the contents. Stat latest 2. Stat latest 2. But then it still doesn't point here. Some horrible string manipulation I'm doing. I need to clean this code up, but I just kind of needed to. Oh my god! How did this code ever work? No, I'm so confused as to how this code ever worked. It is one of those days. It truly is. See, whenever I think something's gonna be fun to implement and easy, Christ. It's gonna be so simple. I already created an entire system for this. He said stupidly. Alright. The path is /latest, which the size of this is 8, the size of this is 7 characters, so this is correct. We advance 7 characters. That's going to take us to the slash. Like that. Then, if no path, then this is the directory. Otherwise, we do the whole check. But, hold on. Yeah, no, we're good. Now we should be good. Please. No! Come on, man. No, if no slash path. If no slash path. Oh my god. Condition was inverted. That's ugly as fuck also. Which is why in my language I added not. The word not probably makes it a lot cleaner to read. Okay, we're back on this. Failed to open file, but hey, it tried. Adjusted to 0. Okay. But it didn't work, still. Latest will stat to 0. And then I'm passing the old name here. That's the problem. Come on. Well, chances are the logic for open is also super fucked up. See, this condition is backwards. It needs to be the same as it is here. And then this. Now, let's make this condition kind of like that. That's too ugly. Funny that I'm caring about what the code looks like when the rest of the code looks like this shit. Man. This is so annoying. Okay, hold on. First off, you already work, so I don't need to debug you anymore. Second, I should put this stuff in a function. Because it's the same code 3 times, I'm not sure why I haven't done that. Okay, slash path now empty, which is correct. Now next time, stat latest 2, path is 2, latest will stat to 0. So that is correct. It did technically find the file, but then it fails to open it. Because the open operation failed. Okay, so what are we doing when we open? We don't really need to do this conversion when we open. We just advance and move on. We've already translated, right? No, we haven't. What the fuck am I talking about? Pretty sure we haven't. Yeah. Opening latest slash path will open slash new name. I'm writing the worst code of my fucking life, I swear to God. What? What is happening here? Ah, wait, I'm printing this wrong. It really is one of those days, Jesus Christ. The code that I'm writing today, I technically shouldn't even commit this. Should commit myself to an asylum, but... Okay. Opening slash latest slash 2 will open slash 0, which it fucking doesn't. I mean, did it open slash 0? Like... slash 0 is just for the print. It's actually just 0. Latest slash 2 will open 0. Result 2. What's 2? Not found. Fuck you mean not found? You're telling me that you can't find a file called... Oh wait, it actually expects there to be a slash. That's the problem. Okay, I have written, by far, I don't know about the worst code of my life, because at some point I had to learn how to write code properly, and before that point, Christ. However, I can genuinely say I have written some of the worst fucking code I've written in 2026. Guaranteed. The only reason I'm not saying the worst code I've written in 2026 is one time I actually remember I wrote code so bad on stream that I was just like, we're not going to commit this. We're going to do it again tomorrow. So we're not at that point. But honestly, this code has been kind of shit. What can I say? All right. Let's try to salvage what we can. Again, this conversion, I'm doing the exact same thing 50 different times. Here, back there, and here. So clearly, what we want to do is we want to create a static inline string result, reverse file name that takes a const char path, and to that we pass in this logic, and we return this logic. We also get rid of that. We unfortunately do have to free the string, so it kind of leads to this ugly thing where we can't just return this because we don't have the fur. You know, just one thing I hadn't thought of when it comes to the fur. The way that I implemented the fur in my language is that I can write something like this, right? I can write a string, I can defer the freeing of the string, and then I can just return here. And when it translates to this. The fur gets put at the end of the function. So it's going to free a string that doesn't even exist outside of the scope. So I kind of hadn't noticed that the fur is actually should be limited to scope, and it's not. The funniest part is I'm not even working with my own language or my own compiler, but somehow I just found a bug in something that I haven't touched in like a month. Anyway. Reverse file name for the old name. Data. Yep. And reverse file name for the path. Okay, that makes this code a lot simpler. Now, this entire mess of code is for the clipboard, sure, But the funniest part about it is that it technically isn't limited to the clipboard only. And because of that, I can technically reuse it. Now, I don't know exactly where I would reuse it, but it is reusable. I could put this code in another helper like I did for the virtual file system. I can call this one a stack file system. And, oh wait, actually, you know where this can be really useful? For undos and redos. If you need to store that somewhere. So for Control Z, Control Shift Z, or Control Y, depending on what system you're on. Kind of very similar logic. So anything that's like stack based will need something like this. Although that specifically will rely more on the that one's different because it actually allows you to modify. Like when you read, like when I do something and then I undo it, it actually removes that from the number of steps and moves it to redo. So it's a whole other thing. Yeah, my brain is kind of fried. I'm not sure that I'm making any sense. But I do think that this should be reused. I do think there's some use for a static file system, for a stack-based file system. So I don't think it hurts me in any way, shape, or form to just put it in a header file. Also, half of these functions are already static inline because I copied them, so that's not half bad. Yeah, this becomes this. Whoop. This just becomes this actually. Stack FS. Reverse entries stays as it is. Boom, boom, boom. Write, read, and init. Okay, that should work.
Z a show ready your channel with 41 viewers.
Zeta Show, hello. Thank you for the raid. You're reaching us at the tail end of a very long struggle against the file system, but I've invented a new type of file system, so that's fucking great. But no, the OS is going well. Kind of butchered the name there a little bit, but it worked. Yeah, it's working pretty well. I just implemented copy and paste. By the way, what were you up to? I kind of implemented copy and paste in the file system, which is why I was struggling so much with the file system. Essentially, just by writing or reading to /clipboard, you can copy or paste, and it also has, because it's working on the file system, it has history, which is pretty nice. And yeah, the history is based off IDs, but then you want to get also the latest entries into the clipboard. So I created /latest, which, why is it like that? No, why is it reversed like that? That's not supposed to be, no. And then realize there's a
The original stuff followed your channel. Skydoggans followed your channel.
There. Hopefully this will work. All right, we can go to Clipboard, and here we can see the entries as they were written. This one first, then this one,
ASCII
then this one.
only followed your channel.
Or we can go to latest, and even though they're in reverse order here, this failed, this failed, this failed. You fix one thing, you break another, I swear to God. Oh my God. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Also, I technically should reverse this for loop, because even though the entries are in the correct naming, they're in the wrong order. But hey, that's the least of my problems right now. Alright, let's see how this is going. We're working on one of your courses. Nice, nice. Alright, clipboard, latest. Okay, /reversed file to /0. Failed to get info for clipboard latest 2, that's fine. To /0. Right, because the file name now contains... So here's the deal. Where's the reverse file name? Here it is. Wait, I'm adding this here. Am I not supposed to? I'm so confused as to what I'm supposed to be doing here. So that fails to open the file. Because this does expect it to have a dash. A slash, I mean. This fails. Because it has a double slash now. What? I'm so confused. Hold on. If you... If I add this slash here, the slash is doubled. If I don't add this slash here, there's no slash whatsoever. What the fuck does that mean? Like, actually, what does that mean? It's probably failing. All right. Okay, 210. Right? So open original file 2, open reverse file 0. But this one I do want it to have a slash in it. Whereas the other one I don't. Because then this expects a dash. Okay, so I'll add it. And I'll just do this. I'm so confused by what the logic is here. Alright, I try to open this. And it tries to stat reversed file /0. So it tries to open /0, which it should. Because this follows a different logic than the other one. Okay, so it's inconsistent logic, that's the problem. Okay. Oh, and I forgot that I added the functionality to my file browser to escape the root directory. So this is the void outside of the root directory. Okay, I think everything is working now. So, I don't know if this kind of logic where essentially writing to the root file will, writing to this file will create a new file and reading from it will read the latest file is gonna be particularly useful or not in other places that aren't the clipboard. But on the off chance that this is useful, I'm gonna make this code reusable because I don't want to ever write it again. So, now that I think that it's working, you can have a stack-based directory, which again, would love to think of another use case for this. A stack-based directory where it has a history, but by default it always returns the latest entry. I kind of thought of undo, redo, but yeah, that's not exactly the same thing. I mean, I could maybe adapt some of the code, but it would need some modifications to it. Again, on the off chance. You're working on the same project as me? I can read French, but I can't really speak it, so nice to hear that. Alright, here we do need to include the VFS, which is frankly all we need, since these prints don't really belong here. You can just get rid of that, and that, and that's it. All right. Look at that, my clipboard. So simple. 18 lines of code to implement a clipboard. Done. How easy it was. I would love to think of other places where I can use the same data structure. Really anything with a history. Anything with a history literally can use the same data structure to be implemented as a file system. And it's not even really a file system, so it's fine. You can implement whatever you want with this. I mean, it is a file system, but then it just uses a bunch of buffers, which are just any data that you want to put in them. History for CLI. Yeah, history for anything, honestly. Any kind of history you can put in there. Okay. That was very fun, I have to say. Cool. Now, I did say that I also wanted to implement like copy and paste, like shortcuts. As always, this is not exactly the most straightforward thing to do. Like the actual file system implementation for this was really easy to do because I already have a pretty mature file system, let's call it a file system that already knows what it's doing. For shortcuts though, I have a system for shortcuts. And I could easily adapt it to also have a system for global shortcuts, right? But it's not exactly a global shortcut because it goes to the currently selected application. And again, I guess that the thing that I need to think of the most is how to actually handle the copy and paste from the application perspective. Like when the user presses Control C, let's say that I'm here, I'm writing some code, and let's imagine that there's a text selection. So I just like select all this, which actually just moves the cursor. I never thought what dragging would do. Oh yeah, it just moves the cursor like that. But let's imagine that it's actually selecting all of this. And it is... And I press Control C here, or Command C, really. How does the operating system know what to write? Is that handled by the program? So do I put in my text editor some simple code that's like, hey, whenever you try to Control C,
JKAZ, do have followed your channel.
I think that's probably the best way to do it. That the program should be the one to implement Control C, Control V, or Command C, Command V. It's just what I want to do. It should be that. By the way, I hadn't thought of that. I already have some shortcuts. And actually, the way that shortcuts work is they're global. Because there are going to be some programs that don't want Control C to work at all and Control V to work at all. I'm thinking games, for example, might want to use those for something else. I mean, technically the terminal in Linux, if you think about it, on Mac it doesn't have that problem because it uses a different key, and I am not Unix-like, so I don't necessarily need to implement the terminal the same way. But that is an example. So maybe I want the window manager. Let's just put it that way. I want the window manager to be the one that like registers that shortcut and then sends a signal to the focused program to tell it, hey, you need to copy or paste. And the program can decide whether it responds to that or not. That's probably the best way to implement that. I'm not going to implement that today. It's maybe going to take a little bit more logic than what I'm saying. But I can't, well, let me see. I'm lost because I'm looking in the wrong directory. I'm supposed to go to kernel processes, Windows here. And I have some shortcut code, which I actually completely forgot that Alt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is switching between window drawing mode, which is Alt 1, and normal drawing mode, which is Alt 2. Very, very important feature that the system has. But command is free, so that's fine. Yeah, you subscribe a shortcut, and if the shortcut is triggered, you kind of call this... No, wait, hold on. That's not the function that I selected. This is the function that I selected. Okay. This is kind of the thing about it. The window manager can handle the shortcut, but then the application can't really reject it. Like, it can't really say, hey, no, I need that keystroke for something else. Like, Control-C actually does something in my program. Like, that's not a thing that happens. That's not a thing that's currently allowed. So it's definitely more complicated than that. First off, there's only 16 shortcuts that are allowed because I have this as a static buffer. But anyway. Yeah, there's currently no way to let the window manager know, or whoever registered the shortcut know that, hey, actually, you're not going to get this shortcut. We've overwritten it. Since that's not a thing that allowed, I'm going to have to create a system for doing that. Eventually. Once I realize that I need Control-C for something else, maybe I don't. It's not super simple. Also, shortcuts are a kernel-only thing for the time being. I haven't implemented a syscall for them. It actually has like a prints an error and just returns false all the time if you try to use it. It's there, but it's just a stub. But yeah, let's say that I register a shortcut for which is going to be meta key C, and a paste shortcut, which is going to be meta key V. So command C, command V. And I'm just going to register those two as shortcuts. And then I'm going to check if those shortcuts have been triggered. Why does command V open the fucking calendar in Linux? I swear to God, this operating system. It works. Okay. Linux really has me at my wit's end. Okay, so that works, sure. But I need a way of telling the program, hey, command C has been triggered, command V has been triggered. So some kind of signal. And again, this depends on that. If I want to have it as a shortcut. If I don't, and I instead just want to let the program implement it, that's honestly probably the easiest way to handle this. Which is that I don't register as a shortcut. And inside of my program, I just kind of don't have a logic for something like this, actually. Oh wait, yes I do. I'm just going to implement paste because I literally have nothing to copy. I forgot the parentheses because it's after midnight. We're just going to randomly paste. We're not even going to use the clipboard, honestly. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, let's use the clipboard. Simple read F clipboard into, let's create a buffer of 64 characters. There's 5, so 64 is fine. And then code buffer size, that's it. Buffer write to code buffer. What do we write? Buff. Where? How much do we write? Whatever this tells me. And its cursor is at who holds the cursor? Oh, TF info. No, it's the buffer cursor, I think. There. This is probably the easiest way to do it. Each application just decides that they want copy and paste. That's probably the best way to do this. I need something in the clipboard, so I'm just gonna take it from here. That didn't work. That was left meta. Yeah. Unless that's... Yeah, that didn't even enter into the thing. Hey, Carl's. Yes, an operating system. I'm trying to get pasting to work. Buffer arguments. Alright. Should have something in the buffer, and I paste and nothing happens. That doesn't even make any sense because Z is pretty stable, yeah. What? Alright. After I check that this works, I'm going to end the stream and go to bed because Jesus fucking Christ, why am I expecting the code editor to work without recompiling it? I'm recompiling the operating system and I'm being like, oh, the code editor is not compiling, this is not working, it's not working. That's not working either. That sucks. I kinda added an experimental feature to my what is that called? Build script system, I guess, to recompile things based on an architecture that they're told to use, and that's not working. But maybe if I do this. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's a little more complicated than this. Hold on. I did this for my game because my game I mostly run it on Linux, whereas the code editor I mostly run it on here, and they both use the same library, and so I had to constantly recompile the library. So now I came up with this code. There we go. There's no argv. I kinda didn't have a way in my language to say char pointer array, so I had to type defit and use that as a type. That works. I don't think that works. I don't think that worked. I think I saw a bunch of errors just go by. Yeah, that didn't work. No, wait, hold on. It did work. Bro, what? I'm pressing the key, but it says modifier 0. What do you mean modifier 0? The game is a hacking game, but it really kind of isn't right now. It's supposed to be a game about hacking, but I was kind of thinking like you need to have something to hack. So I started doing something else, just to have some kind of system that you can then exploit. So in the end, I'm kind of ending up making a smaller game that isn't necessarily about hacking, so I can then build this other game off of it because it's very like systemic, based off of systems and stuff. Kind of a decision I made this week actually, so all very new. But yeah, that did work. But then why is the modifier key 0? That's weird. Alright, OS. Input dispatch. No, actually I'm supposed to go to USB keyboard. Here. Modifier. Modifier release, modifier press. Last key press modifier. Here it is. It's reading the modifier, but why is the modifier yeah, those are definitely warnings, like errors, but somehow the code actually worked. I guess it recompiled without recompiling the dependencies. That's the least of my problems right now. Modifier 8, but then it reads modifier 0. Oh, I see. But no, wait, no. Doesn't make any sense. Modifier 8 means in binary 1, 0, 0, 0. So you should... It is noticing a modifier, but why are you not... It's just bug after bug after bug. Wait, except that key is working. This is really weird. Okay, so we're actually sending the modifier as 8, but then somehow we're receiving the modifier as 0. And could that be because this is limited only to shift? I have to say I lost the plot of this thing a long time ago. Yeah, I would love to know why I'm limiting modifiers. This is not going to recompile, by the way. Undefined reference to ASAN report low. That's not good. That is really not good. I need to recompile this thing and it doesn't work. Amazing. Even though your target is actually redacted. So what are you complaining about? Red lip cross. Uno is recompiling. Oh, so it's a different project that's complaining. Alright, I think I can just ignore it. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here because I lost the plot of what I'm doing a long time ago. Can't say I really understand what's going on anymore. Very, very lost. A little bit afraid. Nothing is compiling anymore even. Couldn't even tell you what exactly is trying to compile. Also, I had a really bad idea of adding a git sync to git pull, but that's so stupid. Anyway. Yeah, just I'm gonna stay here. Hopefully I'm gonna have copy and paste working tomorrow and I can delve a little bit more into how to properly implement it in the best way possible. I still think that probably the best thing to do is to let the application itself detect it and handle it. I mean, you know what you're supposed to be copying, what you're supposed to be pasting. All I care about is if you send me data or that you read data. That's it. That's what the operating system cares for. It would suck to have to implement it for every application. I can easily create just a simple helper for it. But yeah, that's, I guess, a thing that I can do. All right. I was thinking of an idea for how I could implement it better, but let's not do that. And all right. Well, thank you so much for joining, everybody. It's been kind of insane. No idea what half the code that I wrote today was, but I think it ended up being okay-ish. I think it ended up kind of working. I mean, it works, except for the part that doesn't. But hey, it kind of works. And all right, so tomorrow, hopefully, I'm going to be able to delve a little bit more into the copy and paste. I may be able to implement selection into the code editor. So with that and copy and paste, I should be able to start using it somewhat. And I also want to look into how to copy and paste and share the clipboard with Linux, because that would be very useful to have. Especially for something like this when I want to copy and paste. I can just use either my code editor as a secondary editor or Linux as a secondary code editor. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I'm going to raid somebody on Twitch. If you're interested on YouTube, there's barely anyone on YouTube. What's going on with YouTube lately? No. YouTube is just like that. Alright. I usually try to go for non-game dev. Usually doesn't work. Don't think it will work today either. So yeah, we're gonna go with, this is English, okay. I think one time I rated someone that spoke either German or French, I don't remember. Not amazing when I speak English and makes it kind of hard to understand. Alright. Alright, everybody. Streaming in the afternoon tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time and 2 p.m. UK time. Again, gonna work a little bit more on this. Hopefully it's gonna go a lot smoother than it did today. I guess we'll see. And we'll see you then.